Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. We have a lot of watches to talk about again, as we are wont to do. Thank you again for your participation yesterday. I want to recognize that I think we came together really nicely as a community, and I cannot thank you enough for your support. We were able to gather more than $700 in super chats, and I donated it directly to the UNICEF, dedicated to the children, designated to the children in Syria and Turkey who were affected by the earthquake. And they sent me this nice little postcard about it. And I wanted to honor all of my supporters, which is, you made it possible. So it makes sense, obviously. Um, yeah, a little bit of a silver lining, a little bit of positive uh, positivity, a little bit of a little bit of good news in all this devastation. I think uh, it was a really nice thing to do for the community to come together in that way and to contribute. So thank you so much for taking part in it yesterday. And we'll continue to talk watches. The um, watch giveaway continues. Every single person who contributed with a super chat yesterday was entered into the raffle, but we're back to the same rules, same guidelines. The first and last super chat of the day gets a unique number, which can be an additional number, of course, if you have already participated in this raffle. This is our winner for January, uh, who got the Orange Dial Sega 5 Rowing Blazers collaboration from 2022. For February, it's going to be the Lime Green Dial version. So I look forward to gifting that in March. The first week, we are going to do a live stream again dedicated to this and draw the number with the help of Google's random number generator. If you want to check the status of the contest so far, you can just go to the community page. I'm going to post the link, and you'll see in the penultimate post there, you'll see that I have posted all the participants with their numbers. So check that out. I wanted to talk about a few things today. Um, I'm trying to decide what to start with. I think let's go with discontinued watches from Patek. This is something that Watch Analytics, the Instagram account, posted. And there was a lot of discussion, a lot of rumors about Patek discontinuing the Nautilus 5712 /1A, which is that famous moon phase model with the asymmetric dial in stainless steel. That did not happen. As you know, that's basically the continuation of the first truly complicated Nautilus, if you ask me. I think the 3710, of course, has a certain argument, a certain claim for that, with that comet, that power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock. But 5711, I think, with the moon phase and everything else, is probably, well, 3712 was the first in 2005 with the moon phase to really make a mark, to really, I think, make a difference in terms of a complication, in terms of really showing something on the dial that went beyond time. And that was quickly replaced in 2006, the 30th anniversary, with the 5712. And between those two models, there were very small differences that I've discussed before. So I'm not going to open that file unless there's a special request. But one of our community members, I Love Maldives, has a 3712. So it was his request that I kind of dissect the two models and think about how different they are from each other. And they indeed are. 3712, I think, not only because it has a very limited production run, which was just less than a year, but also because of its aesthetic differences and in terms of the differences in its construction, right? 3712 still was a machine built loyal to that porthole construction of the original Patek Philippe Nautilus, of the original Gerard Janta design. So it, I think, holds a very particular place in Patek Philippe's history. That might go some way of explaining the premium that is attached to such a watch on the secondary markets. That being said, 5712 is an amazing watch as well. And I'm sorry about this, guys. That being said, 5712 is an amazing watch as well. Just so we bring it into focus, let's see. It used to be kind of the neglected cousin of the new Jumbo 5711, which is now discontinued itself, of course. But over time, thanks to a number of its qualities, I think the rather quirky layout to which people have gotten used to over time, of course, the romanticism of the moon phase indicator, and I think most importantly, the micro rotor caliber that is based on 240, which is not only quite beautiful, but also was in its time a very important advancement in terms of movement construction for Patek Philippe. We talked about these issues a few different times, but to achieve a certain kind of sleekness for the profile of a watch, as you can see here, you are kind of fighting against the simple laws of physics, let's say. Of course, I'm using it in a very loose way, kind of against the natural history of the evolution of a watch mechanism. At the end of the day, self-winding watches with full rotors can be made only so much thinner, right? They're always going to have that extra bulk of the rotor weight, that extra thickness added by the rotor weight to the profile of the watch. They will always be somewhat thicker than the average hand-wound watch. So one ingenious solution is, of course, to use a micro rotor where you sink in um, the rotor in a smaller construction into the level of the bridge plates of the rest of the movement, which I think is a very elegant solution. And if the engineering of the movement is not up to par, these can be very finicky. They would not charge well. They would not hold charge. But of course, caliber 240 is not a low level, low quality micro rotor caliber. So you would not actually experience any of these problems, at least not in the most modern iterations. So I'm glad this wasn't discontinued. Not that it is easily accessible at retail these days, but it is a piece that has really been on the ascendance, and I'm glad it is still respected. It is still appreciated by Patek. Thank you, JB. Thanks for letting me know. I think I forgot to turn on my microphone here, so thank you, Jake. I think it should be better now. Is it all good? Apparently, the Grand Complication series had 8 references removed. We will see them on the next page. But most importantly, it was the 6300G, which is the Grand Master chime, and then I think that was what Jay-Z was wearing at the Grammys, no? Exactly, also in the white gold configuration, if I'm not mistaken. And then the 5531R, which of course is the World Time minute repeater, both fantastic watches. As you can see, these are the two watches that Watch Analytics chose to highlight in terms of their discontinuation, the Grandmaster chime and the World Time minute repeater, white gold for the Grandmaster chime, pink gold for the minute repeater. The Calatrava Pilot style travel time watches have also been discontinued. The Aquanaut Luce with the diamond bezel and the white dial was discontinued. The woman's version of the Nautilus in pink gold, both on the full bracelet and the leather band, has also been discontinued. And now we can also see from the complications the annual calendar in pink gold with the chocolate brown dial, as well as this smaller size chronograph with the diamond bezel, was discontinued. That actually is a very stunning watch and a very wearable watch. And for those who are a little bit more adventurous in terms of their style, I think it could certainly be worn by a man too. In fact, uh, I have heard so many times that a lot of men who like the reduced sizing of that particular chronograph go to Patek boutiques and salons and ask if they could get a version of it without diamonds on the bezel, since it's otherwise quite well fitting. Too bad that's apparently not possible. 5271P, the platinum perpetual calendar chronograph has also been discontinued. The one with the baguette diamond bezel. Pardon me. Oh yes, yeah. Let's talk about that Libro Grande. I think that's a great one, um, and that also is a great way to talk about the Reverso in general, because um, its caliber is developed out of the out of one of the 60th anniversary models, namely the uh, chronograph retrograde, the one with the retrograde minutes, of course. So let's start with that, and then move to move to the Chrono Sport, which is kind of like the sportier version of it, there was an article um, on this piece a while ago on the collector's corner at Quill and Pad. And after rehearsing the history of the Reverso, it was talking about this 6-piece set that was basically an entire briefcase of 6 complicated Reverso models that were introduced to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the design and also re-energize both the model and Jaeger-LeCoultre as a brand as a whole. All these 60 pieces were produced in limited runs of 500 pieces. There was the 60e, which was this piece here, the proper 60th anniversary edition, which came out first in pink gold with an entire caliber also executed in pink gold. There was the Tourbillon, which came out in 1993. There was the Répétition Minute, the minute repeater, which came out in 1994. 1996, so the chronograph retrograde, and you also had the Géographique in 1998, and in 2000 you had the perpetual calendar in that iconic Reverso case as well. So in 1996, Reverso basically came out with this chronograph version with retrograde minutes. It had, just to make sure that it is the chronograph, even from the dial side, it had this mailbox flag kind of indicator on the main dial, as you have seen up there, which says either arrêt when the chronograph is not engaged and marche when you actually start the chronograph. And on the business side, you have again a caliber entirely executed in pink gold. The column wheel right here exposed, the blued screws holding the seconds dial, and down here you have the retrograde minutes as a 30-minute totalizer, which snaps back once that is completed. So this was caliber 829, which powered the 60th anniversary edition of the Reverso chronograph that came out in 1996. Completely made, designed, built, and produced in-house, of course, as it would befit the watchmaker's watchmaker. A really, really fantastic piece. And usually they do, one of the things that Jaeger-LeCoultre does, of course, when they, and of course, you expect this from most watch companies, but sometimes that this doesn't happen. When they do this sort of research and development, R&D kind of projects for special anniversary editions, it usually is rehearsed in models that are a little more accessible, usually in stainless steel. For example, the watch that I'm wearing now, which is the Reverso Grand Date, has a movement in it that is a slightly simplified version of the 70th anniversary movement, which runs on the caliber 879. So let me put that up right there so we can compare. So this is the 70th anniversary Reverso, which was supposed to come out in 2001, of course, but because of the development of the 8-day power reserve movement, it was delayed for a year. So this model was actually released in 2002 for the first time. So this is the dual spring barrel movement 879, and my Reverso Grand Date has the caliber 875, which is for all intents and purposes the same movement, but without the day and night indicator, which distinguishes the 70th anniversary edition. So in the same way, when they released in 1996 the retrograde chronograph as part of the six-piece 60th anniversary celebrations, they decided that they should, in fact, rehearse this caliber 829 at a more accessible, perhaps also at a sportier level as well. So that's where the Transport chronograph came in, and it is really a fantastic watch and one of the most underrated reversos. So underrated that even people like me who are crazy about reversos usually don't think about it. It has this barrel-shaped case that's also even slightly wider than the so-called Grand Taille case that was the case of the 1996 chronograph. And that is the case that has become now emblematic or of their tribute series. And finally, this one moves on caliber 859, which is a simplified version or a more streamlined version of the 829 that was at the core of the retrograde chronograph. As you see, it's not only about the case shape and the integration of the beads of rice bracelet. There's also a rubber band that fits these watches, but also the addition of the centrally deployed seconds hand, for example. And of course, the chronograph side in this case has that cobblestone decoration and kind of anthracite color on most parts of the dial, except of course for the track for seconds and the minute totalizer. Same complication, however, the retrograde minutes for the chronograph and a similar seconds hand on the chronograph side that here serves the purpose of chronograph seconds. And as with the anniversary version in pink gold, this piece too has that indicator which lets you know whether the chronograph is engaged or not. And it's really also a way of recognizing almost immediately, even on the dial side, that this is a chronograph piece rather than any other kind of reverso, if the pushers didn't already tell you that, of course. That is the black dial version. There's also I feel like there was a few photos that I had dug up on the rubber band, but perhaps not. Let's see. Ah, I don't think we'll see it on the rubber band, but here's a version with, that's the, well, I mean, I think it's more like an anthracite, like a dark gray, and you have the silvered white version, which is some nice contrast on the back. Again, I think this is one of the most sporty reversals you can get. It's also a chronograph with a nifty complication, so that can't hurt. The bracelets integration is pretty impressive, but you have right here the option of a rubber band as well with a lovely clasp with that facing JL logo. And a dial that has a very unique design that you don't really see in any other reverso models. And incidentally, that particular piece that I showed first is apparently selling out of Brazil and comes, I guess, with a travel case, is listed at 5,800. I don't know this seller. I don't have any connection to them. At any rate, they also say we can't send watches outside of Brazil. Oops, that's a shame. But that's a very attractive price. But at any rate, I think you should be able to find one that hits the right chord somewhere between $5,000-$6,000. I think whether it's the silvered white dial or the anthracite gray dial as it is displayed here, or with the integrated beads of rice bracelet, which I would prefer, honestly, because I'm sure you can find the rubber band somewhere, if not necessarily from the manufacturer, at a slightly cheaper price than the full bracelet. So it's always better to go with that. You guys know I don't actually like the classic reverso the one that has become associated with the dressier aesthetic. I don't really like that on the Beads of Rice bracelet, but because of the peculiar quadruple pronged lug design of the Gansport case, which is almost a different shape anyways, I think the Beads of Rice bracelet actually looks pretty amazing. Of course, I love the anniversary edition of this chronograph. I think it looks very elegant, very special, especially on the chronograph side, which is open worked, for you to take in the glory of that caliber 829. But I think at this price point, for a chronograph like this, if you are into the quirky style of the reverso, and within that genre, you actually appreciate something a little different rather than the dressier, more formal aesthetic, this can be an amazing choice. Yeah, once again, here's the anthracite gray one. And there's an example of the silvered white, which comes as a full set, including the rubber band. We can't see it exactly there, but it seems like down to the tag, which has the pricing in yen. Amazing. Yeah, and I love this box. This is my Reversos box as well. That particular shade of blue, which is quite faded and banged up here, but it's okay. I mean, this is a watch that's already 20 years old, if not a little more. So that's understandable that the box itself would have some shelf wear. Right, this is 2001, so understandable. Yeah, amazing watch, really. So that was the Gansport chronograph. We talked about it both as a very sporty, kind of a butch option for those of you who like the general outlines of a Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso, but are looking for something chunkier, sportier. And that was also a great occasion for us to think of the evolution of the model, the modern revival of the Reverso since 1991, with the integration of these sorts of complications. Again, this is not just any chronograph, it's a chronograph with retrograde minutes, and with everything on the flip side. So kind of a discrete execution, as it were, right? If I know a lot of people, including me, a few years ago, I would be bothered by how busy some chronograph dials are. What better execution than a reverso chronograph where you can have the chronograph dials on the flip side? It's just perfect. And of course, this gave us the chance to also talk about how Jaeger-LeCoultre handles the research and development and exhibition of the fruits of that labor in their anniversary models, in their special models, which not long after trickle down in more accessible versions, in more attainable versions in stainless steel, and appears in their catalog somewhere. Please hit the like button, by the way, when you can. That really does help me. It does give a little bit of a push. I think there's a new Presage that just came out. It's not necessarily an anniversary model or something that is in a limited run, but there we go. As you know, within Seiko, you have so many different sub brands and categories that it can be confusing, but more or less under Grand Seiko, you have prospects for Seiko's sportier models, and then you have Presage for Seiko's dressier pieces. And this new SPB 167 belongs to the Presage line. It has that 5-link bracelet, a blue dial with this sort of pyramidal pattern, a date indicator at 6, and sword hands for hours and minutes, and a centrally deployed seconds hand complete the picture. There is actually an exhibition case back that gives you a glimpse of that self-winding movement with the full rotor. The piece has a 100-meter depth rating, right around 11 millimeters thick, as you can see from the rather sleek profile, less than 40 millimeters in size, so about 39.3, and the lug-to-lug dimensions are actually 47.2, so this should be pretty nice to wear, pretty comfortable to wear, and should fit a variety of wrist sizes. This is the new Seiko SPB 167, which belongs to the Presage line, a self-winding, kind of a sporty dress watch at $1,000, at $1,000 US dollars. And there's another special edition for the Save the Ocean that just came out as well. Since we have talked a little bit about the Presage line, we can take a look at the Prospects line, which is very heavy on the Seiko dive watch heritage, of course. This is a piece that once again reinterprets the 1965 diver's watch from Seiko. It is a piece that belongs to that Save the Ocean line, all of which have dials that um, somehow execute some aspect of a nautical scene. In this case, you have a very nicely textured blue dial. Again, very thick loom plots, both for the index markers and the hands, the short hands for hours and minutes, and a fully graduated 60 minutes rotating bezel. Of course, this watch is a little more butch, a little sportier. The thickness is 13.2. The diameter is 40.5 with a lug to lug of 47.6. So you have a little more wrist presence on this watch compared to the Presage that we looked at. You have kind of a tonneau shaped case that's neither completely cushion nor perfectly round, but splits the difference quite nicely and aesthetically pleasing way, I should say. I think both are quite nice. This was the SPB 167, the Seiko Presage South Winding for 1,000 US dollars, and the SPB 297, which belongs to the Save the Ocean line, Seiko's Prospex reinterpretation of the 1965 diver. And this piece, which is a little thicker, a little heftier, with a little more wrist presence, as well as a 200-meter depth rating, comes out to 1,250 in US dollars. I saw today Longines once again drawing attention to one of their 190th anniversary watches. And since we were talking about simple dress watches that are based on ETA calibers that you might want to consider instead of going for, let's say, the IWC's new Portofino pointer dates version. This is also one of the watches that came to mind for me. And there are a lot of things that I like about it. There are a lot of things that kind of rub me off the wrong way, and I will tell you why after a short break. But I think ultimately this piece is just a great example of how we are truly in a new era of independence. I'll be right back. Okay, back. So we were talking about a sort of elegant dress watch that doesn't break the bank, and that perhaps also still has the heritage, because a couple of days ago we took a look at IWC's new additions to their Portofino collection, one of which was this pointer date. It was quite a handsome looking watch, but that seemed a little unrealistic in terms of its pricing, at $5,550 for what is essentially an ETA caliber, right? After all, IWC's 35 6110 is, sorry, 35 1610 is, after all, Sellita SW300, which is, of course, an ETA clone. Nothing wrong with Sellita calibers, nothing wrong with ETA calibers, as long as they are faithfully represented, as long as we are not being bamboozled as the end customer, as long as we know what we are actually getting. Whereas IWC has this uh, sneaky way of going about their business, where their entire chronograph line, for example, still uses, for all intents and purposes, Vajra 7750, which is presented as an in-house caliber, because they they have their own way of assembling, finishing it, and regulating it, which are all fine, right? These can be significant improvements, but I don't think there's anything wrong with telling your customer exactly what you're on about, and show practicing a certain level of transparency. And of course, if they did, more people would marvel at this price, rather than thinking that it is actually a good deal. I cannot, in good conscience, tell you that this watch is actually a good deal at $5,550 plus tax at retail, when you have, as we were just looking at, pieces like the Longines Master Collection, which give you a lot of value uh, at the $2,000 mark. This particular watch, the stainless steel version, is 2,400. It's 40 millimeters, a smidgen too large for my liking for a dress watch, but I think for most people it will be just perfect, because they're moving down from much larger watches, even if it's a Rolex sports watch that advertises itself as a 40 millimeter. Uh, if we are talking about the post ceramic age, anything after 2006 with those, uh, maxi dials and super cases, you are dealing with quite a hefty watch. So something like this would be a very significant difference to begin with. The case measures its diameter as 40 millimeters. The dial is a very nice silver, with the second and minute markers expressed on the rejo, and the Breguet numerals actually engraved onto the dial, which looks quite nice and elegant. That looks familiar to me from somewhere else, but I guess we will get back to that in a minute. The presentation is quite handsome as well. As you can see, uh, this is a perfect three-hander with a self-winding movement. The hands are also in heat-blued stainless steel, which uh, really gives you that old school dress watch aesthetic, very elegant against the silver of the dial. The piece is also less than 10 millimeters thick, specifically 9.35. It's at least splash proof at 3 bars or 30 meters. And the case back actually gives you a glimpse of the Longines L888.5 caliber, which is, after all, an ETA 2892-A2. But no matter, again, because you are not being sold something that is based on an ETA or Sellita movement at $4, $5, $6,000, you're getting something that is still good value, that still has lots of heritage. I mean, there are not many brands in this entire world that has more heritage in this particular genre, right? If you're looking for a no nonsense, elegant dress watch that keeps good time, you can hardly go wrong with Longines. This was something that they chose to celebrate their 190th anniversary with, and I thought it was really ironic. Of course, now we are going to look at some watches that are much more expensive and um, that are uh, in a way very niche, but still I think it's important to take stock of how Longines was not only inspired by its own past of producing these sorts of uh, extremely elegant dress watches with lots of style, but also some recent developments, I have to say, which came not from Switzerland or anywhere else in Europe, but from Japan. And that was Naoyahida watch, which is a Japanese company that you might know from some of its collaborations with the Armory, for example, the famous menswear store, which has Mark Cho, the watch collector, as one of its co-founders. So as you see, you have here that particular collaboration, which they called the letter cutter, which has actually hand engraved numerals. And they also have this particular model they call Type 1D, which looks even more like what they have just come up with. I mean, Longines. Of course, Naoyahida makes cases that are 37 millimeters. So even perhaps more vintage-like dress watches rather than simply vintage-inspired. Um, the dials are beautifully designed and engraved. Uh, the hands are very specially made and twisted ever so slightly and curved at the end to accommodate again that slight dome of the crystal. And this particular model, the Type 1D, actually has small seconds at 9 o'clock, which uh, you can see in some 30s vintage dress watches, and here it's achieved by their rigorous modification of Valjoux 7750 chronograph caliber base, which of course also happens to have their running seconds at 9 o'clock, which I think is both pretty ingenious and also very practical as well. Yeah, I think Longines was inspired by Naya Hida, which of course has designs that were inspired by some of the uh, iconic dress watches of 1930s. So it's an interesting transactional relationship that finally ends here. Oh, Dumport, thank you so much. $5 super sticker with a boxing cat. Nice. Thank you so much. And Bruce G says, never owned a Longines, but it's the first watch I recommend to someone buying their first serious timepiece. I think Longines makes very good watches and they're quite affordable. I wanted to show this particular brand both to pay due credit to them because honestly, um, that 190th anniversary series borrows a little too heavily from the designing of Naya Hida rather than the Longines archive. Um, but more importantly, uh, when it comes to pricing, of course, uh, in Naya Hida, you are talking about a very low production company uh, and significantly more expensive watches. So here, for example, uh, the Naya Hida Type 1 E is actually, yeah, comes down to about $15,000 for this watch, right? You are essentially paying for the exclusivity, for the rarity, and for the kind of uh, hand finishing work, for the kind of artisanship that goes into a watch like this. So that was the Naya Hida Type 1 D, which the Longines Master 190th anniversary, in my humble opinion, borrows heavily from. And, you know, also the letter cutter, for example, which is the piece they did with the Armory, which is a particular version of their Type 2 C-1. But in this case, of course, you have a railroad track for minutes. So this is a slightly different watch, a very different font, but just so you have the idea of the aesthetic with a centrally deployed seconds hand, which was the case with the Longines watch. And this is also a piece that goes around, $15,000 for list price. And that offers something very unique, something very rare, something very exclusive. I understand that. But the Longines 190th anniversary, especially in this particular example, stainless steel, an engraved dial, which, of course, in this case is by a CNC machine. By all means, I mean, it's understandable. At this level of production, that's what one should expect. But still, this is a watch with some very elegant details, and it is priced at a much more accessible level, certainly from the Naoya which is, for all intents and purposes, a very exclusive independent, but also from that IWC Portofino pointer dates that I was showing earlier, which slaps into the watch an SW300 and charges you more than 5,500 for it before tax. So let me add, before I forget, Dumpucht to the giveaway. It is now Dumpucht becomes number 32. Or some people have super chatted more than once, and they have more than one number accordingly. And here's the full list so far. As you know, every night on every live stream, the first and the last super chat gets a number. Dumpucht, of course, is already the first. So if you get in the last super chat, you'll also get an entry into the raffle, which will be decided by the Google random number generator on a live stream during the first week of March. So you still have the chance throughout the month of February. Yeah, Longines is solid. Longines is solid. In many ways, I have other favorites from the Longines range. I do like this 190th. Again, it's kind of disturbing that they basically copied the homework from an emergent independent, even though, of course, that particular inspiration from classic round wristwatches should be plenty in the Longines archive. I also like their chronograph. which sorry, this wasn't the series. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know what series that belongs to. I mean, I guess it's sport. So what, master? Anyway, I'll just go directly to it here. Boom. I think this is the favorite watch. This is my favorite watch in their entire collection. What they call their Avigation Big Eye. It has this sandblasted case, solid case back, no nonsense, nice column wheel chronograph with a big eye for the minute totalizer, running seconds at 9 o'clock and a 12-hour counter at 6. With those stick hands and the large Arabic numbers, of course, it is a great representation of the mid-century pilot's chronograph, especially in its kind of French heritage. It's a stainless steel case with a kind of sandblasted finish. 41 millimeters in diameter, so not too small, but also not incredibly large either. 14.5 in thickness, which again for a self-winding chronograph is absolutely not bad, absolutely not too thick. And this is a caliber, of course, this is based on a caliber that is uh, built by ETA exclusively for Longines. ETA, as you know, is incorporating Valjoux in our time. It is also owned by the Swatch Group, which owns Longines um, among many other brands. And this particular Longines caliber 688, it is basically a version of the famous 7753 reworked with a column wheel mechanism and a vertical clutch with with oscillating pinion. So it's a great piece for the money. Once again, nice classic styling, something that Longines by now is well known for. The proportions are a little modernized, but not in a way that would necessarily alienate people who are inspired by the vintage design, by the original design. Nevertheless, it is, I think, more it is more appropriate for those who want a heftier, more modern watch that has a little more wrist presence. At the end of the day, I understand people expect some, size from their sports watches. I understand that. Pause. But I guess when it comes to more complicated watches, and a chronograph is already a complicated watch, there are issues with legibility as well. So having a slightly larger dial and a slightly larger case is not necessarily detrimental, even though I prefer the smaller proportions of my Breguet Type 20. So this is the Longines Avigation Big Eye that is priced right at 3,000 at retail, and I am sure you can actually find it for considerably less on the secondary market. But that is by far my favorite watch on the Longines lineup. Now, I also wanted to talk about a nice trend. Speaking of vintage inspirations, and some of the well-established but also at times neglected and maligned Swiss brands. I remember in 2006 when Maurice Lacroix wanted to introduce its first in-house caliber. It's it contacted the famous watchmaker Andreas Stehler to design a chronograph movement for them. And that was in 2006. And Strehler basically came up with the idea, with the proposition that he make for them a recreation of the Venus 175 in a slightly enlarged, more modern, and certainly more shock resistant way. And this is what he came up with. And this is something that you can find these days on the secondary market for quite a quite a reasonable price, especially for for a precious metal chronograph that is built on this sort of um, this sort of heritage caliber that powered many legendary watches of its time. I mean, the Breitling Navitimers, for example, uh, in in their time, were actually built on Venus 175, this very caliber, um, and in an earlier age, Breitling's um, split second chronograph, Breitling's Rattrapante, the duograph, was also built on a Venus caliber, namely Venus 179. But the beautiful thing about this particular genre of neo vintage inspiration is not only in terms of the innovations and improvements and modernizations to which the caliber is subjected, but also how, with a Sapphire exhibition back, uh, you get to actually see in action something that is a heritage watch movement, one of the most legendary chronograph movements, um, which is, of course, in those classics, in those vintage chronographs, hidden behind the caseback. So unless you want to grab your charcuterie knife and pop up the caseback and operate your chronograph that way, you don't really have the chance to see something like a Venus 175 in action. And what Strehler did in his collaboration with Maurice Lacroix uh, allowed something like this. This was 2006, of course. And again, Venus, along with Valjoux, Lemania, and Landeron, were basically the big four at the time. You can kind of add uh, Universal slash Martel as another manufacturer of chronograph movements, but between those five, you basically had most, and any legendary chronograph that you will see from 40s, 50s, and 60s before the quartz crisis, which led to the dissolution and disappearance of some of these brands and the integration of others into other, into one or the other, like Venus, for example, was integrated into Valjoux. Um, these were the classic chronograph movements, that they are revived in this way in the 21st century, and that they are given this kind of exhibition treatment where we can actually peek under the hood, I think was quite ingenious and quite uh, aesthetically pleasing as well. And more recently, as you know, we just explored Merot, which is basically a Belgian watch company that builds their watches in Switzerland, and that has designs that are particularly touched upon by nautical vintage sports watch inspiration. And I had just presented that their new Big Eye regatta inspired chronograph that is released in 200 pieces, 100 in each color, black and this soft sand. And they had that particular approach to neo-vintage as well, because quite often we have that visual aesthetic on the front of the watch, on the face of the watch, on the dial of the watch, where the neo-vintage take on designing the watch is for all to see. But a lot of times we don't see the same kind of treatment when it comes to the watch movements used inside. We don't usually see a neo-vintage watch inside out when it comes to modern takes and reinterpretations of heritage models. In this case, we had another legendary caliber. I just mentioned Landeron, and basically Meraux's founder was lucky to chance upon a whole tray of new old stock Landeron caliber 248s, which could be used for this limited run of 200 watches. And this is, as you can see, a cam switching chronograph rather than a column wheel. But again, a very, very clean, nice, and no-nonsense aesthetic that is very beautifully presented for those of us who want to see these things in operation. And again, I think the operation of a cam switching chronograph is arguably even more interesting to observe than column wheel one. But in either case, right, with the chronograph especially, it's kind of cool to have the exhibition case back, since you can actually turn it around and see what is going on in the movement as you engage the chronograph, start, stop, and reset. Of course, more recently, and this will prove a very nice segue to our next topic as well. Grail Watch, which is kind of the limited edition collaborational watch release arm of Revolution Watch and of Waco. They have just released this classic Frank Müller chronograph to celebrate the 30th anniversary of that manufacture. And I think it was a very nice choice because it took us back to that time where even the most adventurous and daring brands in terms of their design and aesthetic expression, like Frank Müller and like Roger Dubuis, were to a certain extent cutting their teeth as independent brands in producing these sorts of neo-vintage inspired pieces that iterated heritage designs, that iterated such icons, for example, as the Patek Philippe Tasti Tondi chronograph, the famous reference 1463. And again, this is a watch, I think, that from a design perspective is quite gorgeous for a bicompax chronograph. The two chronograph counters are perfectly placed and in alignment and in proportion to the crown. Of course, since the case is enlarged from the original 37 millimeters to 39, you can see a little bit how that affects the dial layout, which is not perfect if you ask me, but it is what it is. Again, sometimes you have to give certain compromises over to modernity. And for this project, again, Waco was basically lucky enough to chance upon an entire tray of new old stock Lemania caliber 1.873s, which of course should be familiar to you because that was the basis early on, literally, and later architecturally, for the movements that were used for the famous Moonwatch, caliber 861, caliber 1861, and caliber 3861, all borrow from and all resonate quite heavily with the Lemania 1873, which is the hand-wound chronograph movement that operates this watch. But once again, I think what was fascinating was not only was this watch revived from that neo-vintage era, where in fact Frank Müller himself was reviving a classic chronograph that had its reign from early 40s well into the 1960s. You have now 2022 revival of that neo-vintage, which has itself become a modern classic, and you are giving that movement the dignity of an exhibition caseback. In this case, of course, you might say it's not so unique, since after all, we have seen the 1861 in generations of moon watches in the so-called sapphire sandwich through a sapphire caseback as well. But I think still in spirit, I think this was a good move. This was a very nice move, and certainly continued that trend that we saw well before in 2006, in the way Andreas Strehler collaborated with Maurice Lacroix. We have seen it in Meraux's Antigua Big Eye chronograph, reviving Landeron caliber 248 and giving it an exhibition caseback treatment. And we have seen it in the way that Grail Watch and Waco gave homage, made their tribute to Frank Müller on the 30th anniversary of the manufacture by reviving their revival of a classic chronograph and giving its beating heart also a sapphire case back, so that you can always glimpse under the hood and see what is going on for yourself. So now we can take a look at what Grail Watch just came out with in collaboration with Chrono Swiss, which is going to go live in about two days. Let's take a look at their presentation of Opus Blue. This is actually a pretty established model for Chrono Swiss. Their Opus let me bring up a still image from Revolution's own page. The Opus was, of course, somewhat historic in that it was the first serially produced self-winding skeletonized chronograph, and you see it here in a grade 5 titanium that has blue, a kind of cobalt blue or electric blue CVD treatment, chemical vapor deposition. So kind of like a translucent finish. And of course, you have that iconic onion crown, which I think really plays well with the fluted edges of the bezel, as well as the case back. The pushers themselves are also fluted, right, for I guess for easier operation, as you can probably see. Let's see if we can find the side profile here, right here. The pushers are fluted too, so that's a very coherent aesthetic and also somewhat utilitarian, right? An onion crown, both in terms of its texture and size. It's easier to grip and manipulate. The fluted chronograph pushers are again much easier to manipulate and less prone to slippage. And the caliber inside this watch is what they call a C741S, which is a Valjoux-based integrated self-winding chronograph with skeletonized bridges that are gold-plated, which I think are an interesting color combination with that electric blue that is applied with CVD on the Grade 5 titanium dial. The subdials are themselves luminous, apparently. That color is not just a paint, but in fact lighter shade of blue. And the Breguet hands themselves are also illuminated with superluminova as well, which is a bright green that adds another layer of color, another complexity to that dial. I think the watch looks quite unique and also rather beautiful, both against light, but also here, as you can see with the loom shot in the dark as well. Apparently, this is going to be released in 2 days, on February 13th, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, so 9 a.m. in New York, 6 a.m. here on the West Coast. And they're going to be priced 13,300 in Swiss francs. And this is a numbered edition of 30 pieces. It's a limited run of 30 watches, which is the Chrono Swiss Opus Blue, the 5th project of Grail Watch. You know how much I appreciate the content that comes from Revolution Watch, and I genuinely love the industriousness of Waco as well, both in Revolution Watch, increasingly in Revolution Watch, because I think he kind of left the rake to Tom Chamberlain's very capable hands, even though he is, of course, still involved as a founder. But I'm kind of always surprised that they have been coming out with one after another collaboration, right? Because it's not only Grail Watch, but Revolution itself that constantly seems to release almost every other week, if not every month, a particular kind of collaboration with a watchmaker, which never ceases to amaze me. I guess they need another revenue stream. I can certainly understand that. I can certainly relate to that as a content creator myself and a much smaller fry. Thomas Burnett, thank you so much for 49 pounds sterling. Respect to yourself for your efforts in raising 725 yesterday towards UNICEF's appeal to help the victims of the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Thank you, Thomas. We couldn't have done it if it weren't for your participation and if it weren't for your generous contributions. So I really, really do appreciate that. I appreciate you very much. And you have said before, in response to Bruce G's recommendation of Longines. I agree, Bruce. Longines is a great brand with great heritage. They have a range of watches that would be great first watches for someone who just wanted a budget piece for a one and done, or just to start off with the hobby. I completely agree. I think both Thomas and Bruce have a point there. And Meech, as always, is trolling, but um, it is what it is. We have to roll with it, guys. Please hit the like button, by the way. That would be very kind. It doesn't cost anything, and it really, really does help. Um, all right, going back to this particular watch, I actually think it is a pretty striking watch. It's not something that I would go for, but I have to appreciate how unique it is. I'm not really too taken by skeletonized watches in general. Uh, but again, Swiss's Opus was basically the first serially produced skeletonized chronograph, as Revolution puts it there, and for them to come together with Chrono Swiss to produce a special edition of this in this kind of uh, tasteful blend of uh, an almost industrialist aesthetic with some striking aesthetic touches uh, in terms of the combination of colors. Uh, I have to give it a tip of my hat. Of course, the collaborations that they realize and sell through Grail Watch are usually at uh, at a higher pricing segment. In this case, we're talking about 13,000 plus in Swiss francs, so it's no joke. But what you have ultimately is a watch uh, that's quite striking. That's certainly very unique, not only in terms of the artful way that it executes and displays its utilitarian functions, but also in the singular way it presents them visually and aesthetically as well. And again, it's a genuine limited run, right? It's not a limited run of 5,000 pieces. It's not a limited run of 1,900 pieces. It's going to be 30 watches. And that's it. They're going on sale on February 13th, 6 a.m. my time, 9 a.m. on the East Coast, and apparently 3 p.m. Central European time. All right, I will be right back. I need to take a short break, but won't be late. Okay, I'm back. I think I will do some deal hunting. Kind of give you a glimpse of what I provide for my patrons on Patreon. These will be, of course, from previous days, already a few days ago, so you can have a sense of what I share. And what would come into your mailbox um, every day if you were to sign up for the still introductory price that will not be raised if you join in the month of February until the end of the year. That's $10 a month, which gives you three links per day to watch deals online, which present already significant value propositions, but um, are also ways to help you think a little differently about the kinds of watches that are available on the secondary markets. Uh, Ali Raza was talking about yesterday how one of those genres that I was thinking about was the Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Duoface. And here's a piece that is the Night and Day, which was a limited edition of 250 pieces. And it's this unique execution of two-tone, basically. This is a bimetal watch, which has a white gold carriage. It has a white gold face with a salmon dial that has the indices laid out as if they represent some Art Deco sun rays. You have also the Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock, and the small seconds in a rectangular railroad track at 6, and that gorgeous guilloche decoration ennobles both the center of the dial and the small seconds subdial. On the flip side, you actually have, let's check out that box once again. The smartwatch for smart people. That's a nice presentation for the Reverso. Special limited edition of the Reverso again. And on the flip side, you have basically a pink gold case that has a separate dial that has this circle within the rectangle. The edges of that rectangle are also engine turned, and so is the center of that round dial, which is again Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock. And actually at 6 o'clock this time you have a day and night indicator that is expressed as a pointer indicating the military time, the 24-hour expression right here. And of course, you have a corrector here to adjust the time in addition to the crown. So in white and pink gold, one of only 250. It has this beautiful salmon dial on the white gold side and a very elegant black dial that contrasts really nicely with the pink gold side of the case as well. And this one comes with both the inner box, outer box, the corrector's pin or correction pin, and it has a fixed price on this Chrono 24 seller that's right under $11,000. Not too bad. Not too bad for this kind of functionality and for uh, getting this sort of dress watch in precious metal, um, and a limited edition at that. Super chat. Yeah, Thomas, I guess I think you are following a little, uh, you're a little behind, I think. So it might help catching up, but I do appreciate you again. My respect to you. I'm just passing on the kindness. Honestly, I think, I was saying it at the end of the broadcast yesterday, but I was just incredibly touched by the generosity and thoughtfulness of the entire community, uh, who have come together and who have turned the occasion of my first anniversary on YouTube to something much more meaningful. So I can only thank you all for that. Um, yeah, it was very nice of you guys to super chat on that particular day. It's always very generous, but this time, because it was going to people who are truly in need, um, it meant even more to me. So I really, really appreciate that. So this was the first Reverso Dua face that I faced. Precious metal, uh, the night and day function, the 24-hour indicator on the flip side, and a very unique execution of a two-tone watch in white gold and pink gold, and a limited run of 250 pieces. And next up, there's a tribute to 1931 in pink gold. It's also a fantastic piece. In many ways, it takes the elements of the 2011 pink gold edition of that first run of the tribute series, and adds the flip side to it. You have the that off-white dial with an Arabic numeral at 12 and small seconds at 6. Those white sword hands for hours and minutes. And on the back, you have once again a secondary dial for another time zone. And you, in fact, this time have a pusher, which will help you jump the hour hand. And at 6 o'clock here, you also have a 24-hour indicator, which of course separates night from day. This is a pink gold piece. It is from 2013. Again, comes with original box and papers, as you have seen in the detail here. And this piece is listed for 12,601 with the buyer accepting offers. And we also have a nice steel duoface as well. This has the candate, right? That two window guichet style expression of the date at 7 o'clock, running seconds at, small seconds at 5 o'clock. And then at 2 o'clock, you have a day and night indicator on the main dial. And then on the flip side, you actually have a GMT function, right? Not only do you have a round dial on black, you have the 8-day power reserve indicator at 2 o'clock. And you have the 24-hour indicator here and the GMT right here as well. And you have the two pushers, of course, to make the necessary adjustments. It's a little more complicated than the previous pieces, which goes some way to explain why in steel it's actually more expensive than both of them. And this one comes with a travel case and an outer box, as well as the service papers. 12 and a half in US dollars, basically, with the seller accepting offers. And I also, kind of going with the contemporaries, I was also sharing with my patrons on Patreon, and you can find that link both in the video description and also pinned in the chat for the Patreon if you want to sign up now. I've shared with them some 6-digit Daytonas, so pre-ceramic 116520. One with a white dial, of course, matching tachometer bezel, white dial with silver outer rings on the chronograph registers, on the Oyster bracelet. A very beautiful piece, both in terms of pricing and availability on the secondary market. I think a little more attainable than 116500 LN. And hey, for some, in fact, perhaps it would be more desirable. Who knows? I've never been enamored with the ceramic bezel, so I actually quite like the 5 and 6 digit Daytonas. I do prefer the 16520, both in terms of its aesthetics and heritage. But then again, this was also, remember, the first reference that had the integrated self-winding chronograph caliber that was built in-house by Rolex. And in many ways, it defines contemporary Rolex. It's not a coincidence that Daytona has become Rolex's new icon, starting especially from year 2000, when this particular reference was introduced with the in-house caliber 4130. This is a piece that's listed on a consignment store, not the first place where you would go to shop for watches, but it is now priced at 22,415 and a quarter in US dollars. Sometimes they have coupons that apply to watches as well. I'm sure for the most part, if not always, Rolex is excluded from it. But sometimes you can find great deals on this website. They also have locations, and they actually indicate where this watch is located. If you are in New York, this piece is in their Greenwich store. So feel free to go and check it out there and take a closer look at it. Of course, they are pretty straightforward with the condition. You know, if the watch seems like it needs service, they say it there. And in this case, they indicate that the watch has heavy wear on the bracelet and heavy scratches throughout the case and the bracelet for sure. Hence the price, which presents a decent deal, which I shared in the past week with my subscribers on Patreon. That was the stainless steel 116520 with the white dial at the Real, priced at 22,415.25. Now, I also came onto this white gold from the same generation, which is 116509, box and papers, unpolished, with the silver racing dial with those oversized Arabic numerals, black outer rings for the chronograph registers, as well as those lovely red accents that play along splendidly with the red writing for Daytona, of course, for the model. Great piece again. I think if you're into precious metal piece, whether you are looking for something on the bracelet or on the leather band, which was basically the option before the advent of Oyster Flex in Rolex lineup, you can find some great deals in this generation, in the 6-digit generation. The reference number for this particular model is 116509, and it comes on a matching white gold bracelet, of course, white gold case, white gold tachometer bezel, the racing dial with oversized Arabic numerals, silvered with red accents, black and red accents, I should say. And this piece has a fixed price of 33,200, roughly speaking, from 2007, unpolished, listed on Chrono24. Last but not least, when it comes to these Daytonas, we actually have an example of those presented on leather straps, white gold, case back sticker intact. The wear doesn't seem to be too heavy, but it's there. And we have this time a meteorite dial with the applied Roman numerals, and once again the red accents for the chronograph hands to set it off against the white silver background of the meteorite dial and to match the red writing of the Daytona. This is 116519 rather than 116509, which comes on a matching white gold bracelet like the model we had just seen. These, before the integration of the Oyster Flex into the Rolex lineup, were presented on leather straps and matching déployant clasps, as you can see from here. And this piece is actually listed right under $39,000. Again, all things said and done, it's not too bad for a precious metal Daytona with a meteorite dial. And I'll go far back into a couple of different genres, some less predictable watches now. And these were things that I sent, I think, all the way back in January again, in groups of 3. I had 3 Daniel Roth chronographs, and on another day I had 3 different tourbillons, which again were very unique and very beautiful in their own way. Of course, in this case, you might say that some of the prices are quite high. when it comes to the tourbillons, but that kind of goes with the territory in terms of the genre of the watch. So I hope you will indulge me when it comes to that genre, even though I do have a great value proposition there as well. But let's start with the Daniel Roth chronographs. Uh, the first one is Bicompax in humble stainless steel. It is a 2-register chronograph in that classic Ellipsocurvex case, the double ellipse case. The heat blued hands are set against the silvered dial that has that wonderful guilloche decoration of Gaudron, right? The kind of striped, vertical stripe pattern. And the hour track is on the classic Breguet frosting. As you know, Daniel Roth was integral to the modern revival of Breguet under the patronage of the Chaumet brothers, the famous jewelers from Paris, before he set off to found his own brand. So that aesthetic that he implemented to wristwatches from Breguet pocket watches is, of course, very much at home in his own creations as well. And I think these pieces are really wonderful and still present great value. This is the Bicompax version, no dates, very clean, very simple, but also strikingly beautiful at the same time. And I think this is a slightly smaller size than a lot of the other Daniel Roth chronographs you might see. It's right around year 2000, and the case is 35 by 32. So it's basically, you can think of it either as a unisex watch, as a classically sized man's chronograph, or again, a very simple and beautiful woman's chronograph as well. And I think it can play really well in all these different scenarios. That is the Daniel Roth chronograph from right around 2000s, priced at $9,000 with the seller accepting offers. In stainless steel, I think it's a gorgeous piece. Now, for something larger and sportier, you have the S247 Masters chronograph with a matte black dial. The date function or the date window is lodged right between that watchmaker's 4 and Roman numeral 5. Again, you have luminous pips right above every single Roman numeral, which contrast really nicely with the black dial. And of course, it is in that rather symbolic Ellipsocurvex case. This is a 38 millimeter case, I think. Yes, so this is, you might say, considerably larger than the watch we were just looking at. It's also styled in a way that's a little more sporty. And as with a lot of other iconic, historically important, and prestige chronographs, uh, it is also based on the first self-winding integrated chronograph movement, if not simply one of the first, Zenit El Primero caliber 400. So this piece is the Daniel Roth Masters chronograph, tri-compacts version, right? 3 registers with the addition of the 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. You also have an aperture for the date indicator between 4 and 5. Since this is essentially based on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400, and you have a very nice and sporty version of Daniel Roth's chronograph. The price is fixed at 10,542. Now, the third piece in this selection was this beauty. This is a piece that is also automatic, also self-winding. It is also a piece that is built on the Zenit El Primero movement in the Daniel Roth Ellipsocurvix case. But this model is slightly earlier in its origin than the model we have just looked at. In fact, this is a piece that was made before the acquisition of the brand by Hourglass around year 2000. Or rather, I'm sorry. Acquisition of the brand by Bulgari in 2000. The brand was at the time owned by Hourglass already, which had acquired it in mid-90s when the brand was almost going bankrupt. In turn, they also had to sell the brand around 2000 to Bulgari, and that was also when the Gerald Janta brand joined Bulgari as well. So this is a piece that was made in probably mid-90s, mid to late 90s, and purchased in the August of 98 in that famous Milano-based jeweler Pisa. And as you see, it has all the original paperwork, which exactly follows the lines of that Ellipsocurvix on the box and even on the documentation, which is rather endearing. You have that half of that Ellipsocurvix on the clasp as well, with that characteristic decoration. and the name Daniel Roth inscribed upon that arc, and a sapphire case back, which gives you a glimpse onto the Zenit El Primero caliber 400. But I think what's really striking about this particular piece is that it has a very nice shade of blue that I have not often seen. You know, usually when you see a blue, it's either significantly darker than this, in a kind of shade of, navy blue, or maybe much lighter. But in this case, I think it's just perfect, with slight interruptions to that uh, vertical stripe decoration on the case. The Roman numerals are in this silver tone and not white, which is matched beautifully both by the numbers on the chronograph registers as well as the inscription of the brand name. And most importantly and interestingly, which is a detail that you may have missed, those Roman numerals are topped off by brilliant cut diamonds on the indices as well. This is a beautiful watch, very unique watch, especially as a full set, which is priced right under $17,000. Good unpolished condition, historically significant movement, relatively early expression of Daniel Roth's work. Of course, the years between 1989 and 1994 are even more collectible. I understand that, before Hourglass's acquisition of the company, Daniel Roth was producing even less, making even more exceptional and even more precious pieces, perhaps. But you can still see a lot of the value of those early creations in these kinds of pieces. And I think this is a decent deal. Could it have been better? Yes, I would have gone for the steel. But then again, not everyone is as stingy as I am. So you might think at 17,000, this unique creation that comes as a full set and that expresses a lot of what sets off Daniel Roth as one of the pioneering independent watchmakers, this could present a very interesting deal. So those were the three Daniel Roth chronographs. I'll move to another independent from there, which is the Roger Dubuis. As you know, I talked quite a bit about their Easy Diver, which is absolutely to die for. And I've shown you before on this show the time only version. I have also shown you the chronograph version, which is built on the Lemonia CH27. In this case, we have Tourbillon, which very wisely and beautifully uses the dimensions of that case to install a tourbillon that also acts like an off-center small seconds dial. 300 meters of water resistance still, with that cobblestone dial in silver, which strikingly sets off the heat blued hands for hours, minutes, and seconds, which are also for hours and minutes, as well as the index markers are, of course, nicely luminous as well. I think in this case, you have that unique Sampati stainless steel case, but the rotational bezel, I believe, is in white gold, and you can kind of see that in the shade of the metals already. And you get a piece that's part of a limited run of 280. You get Roger Dubuis, you get a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva on its movement and on its case. You get an absolute unit of a sports watch that also happens to have a very elegant execution of tourbillon off-center on its dial at somewhere between 6 and 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock, let's say. It's really a beautiful piece. It's a very unique piece. And I think, as with the rest of the series, it's severely underrated and slightly undervalued. Because where else can you really get a Geneva Seal tourbillon in a veritable sports watch with recognizable independent maker's name? It's quite a deal, if you ask me. So this is the Roger Dubuis Easy Diver Tourbillon, which is an incredible piece and one of only 280 examples. So it's limited to. I will add one caveat. I have already told you that Easy Diver is a monstrous watch. It is an absolute unit on the wrist. In time only and chronograph versions, the case measures 46 millimeters. In the tourbillon, it's 48 millimeters. So tread with care. This is certainly not the watch for me, as much as I admire it, as much as I drool over it, but it is certainly unique. It is certainly very, very striking, and it's not something that you see every day, certainly not at this price point. Hey, Stiefel, how are you doing, man? Mr. Boots. Bezels. Yeah, wowzers, man. I love this watch. I think no matter what, I have to get myself an Easy Diver one of these days, because I don't care. I mean, it will probably look ridiculous on my wrist. You know, I can barely wear watches that go a smidgen above 40 millimeters. But YOLO, man. You gotta live sometimes. So that is the Roger Dubuis Easy Diver Tourbillon in brutally aggressive 48 millimeter version of the Sympathie case. A great tourbillon at 7 o'clock that also doubles up as an off-center small seconds dial. And this is a Geneva seal piece in stainless steel with a white gold rotational bezel. The second example is something that Basil's bezels will certainly like, because this is a version of the watch that he has, version of a design that he already has in his collection as the bi-retrograde. In this case, you have the Gérald Janta Octo Tourbillon, the Sunray, as they call it, with this aesthetically pleasing and unique arabesque design on the dial, which, I mean, if you ever looked for a Janta watch that is, not the, not the Audemars Piguet Royal Oak, not the Patek Philippe Nautilus, not the Universal Genève Paul Rauder, not any of the usual suspects. Probably this is as Janta as it gets. I mean, you have everything. You have so many different versions of the octagon that form parts and layers of the whole design, as well as the case. You have the interplay of various different geometric shapes, which pile up on each other and intersect with each other to ultimately contribute to an aesthetic that is truly one of a kind. And you have these elements of modernity and classicism in terms of watch design that somehow give birth onto something that you will truly not see anywhere else. This is the Gérald Janta Octo Tourbillon, branded by his own name in that internal octagon. And the tourbillon itself, which has a cage that is an octagon too, is at 6 o'clock. What an amazing piece of design. And of course, this is a pink gold case on a leather strap. You have an exhibition case back that looks onto that self-winding chronograph with a skeletonized, I don't know why I said chronograph, self-winding caliber with a skeletonized rotor. The piece has 100 meters of water resistance, which is quite respectable for a dressy, complicated piece, if you count the tourbillon as a complication. After all, it is a way of regulation, really. So it is what it is. Has the original box here, which matches the strap, and of course the papers as well. A very unique piece, much much more on the dressier um, side, uh, in a more Art Deco kind of aesthetic. Not too far away from, I guess, Reverso in an alternate universe. Uh, a case shape and a watch design that iterates um, Janta's favorite geometric shape, the octagon, and that in fact places the tourbillon in an octagonal cage if everything else was not enough. This is a piece in yellow gold with a black dial, yellow gilt accents. Absolutely striking piece. This is the Octo Tourbillon Sunray that is listed right under 43,000, with the seller still accepting offers. Nice. Long night at the bar. Good to be here. Yeah, I should have gone to a bar, I feel like, but it's good to be here as well. So I can't complain. Basil's Bezels. Yeah, he's a fan of the Octo design. Yeah, his piece is more like this. Let's see. See if I can dig up one. I don't know. I mean, unless I hope he didn't sell it. I really I really liked it, but maybe you wanted to move on from it. Hopefully you didn't sell it. Tell me you didn't sell it, Basil, because it's been a while. I didn't really see it on your Instagram feed for a while, and you used to wear it. I'm not gonna say often, but I used to see it once every so often. Um, let's see. I want to go down a little bit. Uh-huh. Yes. There we go. It's a beautiful piece. Jump hour, of course, right there at 12 o'clock, retrograde minutes, and a retrograde date, branded, double branded in a way, Bulgari at the center, and right here at 6 o'clock, you'll see Gerard Janta. This is a beautiful piece, too. Very complicated, very elegant piece of design, but certainly a much sportier expression of it, and a cool and unique piece. And we have one more tourbillon. This is great, one of my ultimate favorites, one of my absolute favorite reversos. It's the so-called number 2 in platinum, and it's quite an unassuming watch on the dial side, except of course it is marked as a tourbillon in the small seconds dial. The power reserve under the JL logo, the blued, heat blued hands for hours, minutes, and seconds. This is the dial side. And on the flip side, you are greeted by a veritable piece of Art Deco architecture, which is the Caliber 848. This model was released in 2003 and produced in 500 pieces. In a way, it was an anniversary piece. You remember the 6 reversos that I talked about that were released in succession to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the design. The second one was the Tourbillon, and that was released in 1993. So this piece was released in 2003 on the 10th anniversary of the first Reverso Tourbillon. It is in the Grand Taille case, which itself was introduced on the 60th anniversary of the model. It's 9.4 millimeters thick, which is quite reasonable. And the movement is decorated in a unique take of Côte de Genève, you can say. In a way, this is Côte Soleillée, right? You know, as if you have sun rays emanating from the tourbillon cage itself. The movement has beveled edges on the plates. Of course, the blued screws are quite prominent. And this piece has a free sprung tourbillon with Breguet overcoil hairspring. And of course, it is adjusted to 6 positions as an accurate timekeeping device should. The bridge is very distinctive, as you can see. And of course, the seconds hand on the main dial actually follows the tourbillon cage. One of the things that I really like about this particular watch is just the way that they have gone up to 11, basically. You know, it's yes, we call them the watchmaker's watchmaker. Yes, we always mention how uh, they don't cut any corners. Well, in this case, in fact, cut corners properly to design a form-fitting movement for a uniquely shaped watch, for a non-round watch, for a formed case. They have now gone above and beyond in this instance, because they have placed the tourbillon cage in such a way that it not only operates the seconds hand on the dial, but also uh, bleeds ever so gently into that triple godron on the lower part of the rectangle, which is shaped around it, which is designed around it. I think that that's a lovely detail that I've always really, really loved about this particular piece of design. And one last striking detail about this movement is the fact that the plates are actually out of 18 karat white gold, which makes it even more strikingly beautiful. And you can imagine that over time, those plates will take on a certain kind of patina of their own as well. A very gorgeous watch that certainly is a very special piece, not just any other tourbillon, honestly. One of a 500, again, released in 2003, in a way to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the first Reverso tourbillon that was released as part of the 60th anniversary celebrations, extended 60th anniversary celebrations in 1993. A lovely platinum piece with a matching platinum clasp as well. It should. And it is priced at 52,500. By no means it is a cheap or accessible watch, but there we are. It's almost 3 hours, guys. Please hit the like button. Nick Butter, $9. That's the best looking octo I've seen thus far. Which one? Please specify. You can just drop a normal chat this time. I like them both, honestly. It's hard for me to decide. I love Basil's watch. I think the bi-retrograde is a great complication. The jump hour is fantastic. But the tourbillon version is a very, very unique design in terms of its aesthetics. And I just love the fact that this is an octagonal cage for the tourbillon, which is quite lovely. I mean, the only other place I've seen that is in a certain generation of Audemars Piguet Royal Oak tourbillons, which kind of iterate the octagonal bezel as the cage of the tourbillon, but they're not as perfectly shaped in that case either. Let me bring that up as well. JB, thank you so much for the super sticker, $4.99. It's lifting a cup. Yeah, let me show you the one that I tried actually in the Philips auction preview in December. I forgot to post anything on Twitter today. Rats. I always post the links to this on Twitter to gain some new viewers, but okay. Yeah. Like you see this has a tourbillon cage that resembles the bezel, but they have kind of smoothed it out for those two lower corners, since it has to follow the line of that dial there at 6 o'clock, which is understandable. Again, I'm not complaining. It's still a striking piece of design, but ultimately, I like the execution of that octagonal tourbillon cage even better in this case. By the way, so far, Jake Brooks is the last super chat. So if you want to get the second raffle number in this episode and on this broadcast, you'll have to get in there. You'll have to pull the trigger. Pull the trigger. So, oh wait, we have passed on the. Okay, reverso number 2. I just want to take another look at this beautiful piece. Again, a pretty unassuming piece. I mean, it has some of the visual marks of a precious metal reverso to begin with. So even though it is in white metal, I think most people would recognize, if they know their reversos, that this is a precious metal reverso. Therefore, the question could be: is it white gold? Is it platinum? If it's platinum, it's going to be something very special because those are pretty rare. In this case, it is the famous number 2, since it is also a tourbillon, which is, pardon me, something that is signed in that Petit Seconde dial, subdial, and the movement itself, I think, is very striking. And as you can see from the hallmarks as well, it is actually made from 18 karat white gold with a Côte Soleillée pattern, kind of sun ray decoration, sun ray stripes that emanate out of the tourbillon cage, which is perfectly placed to operate the small seconds on the main dial, and the full circle is perfectly accommodated by ever so slightly adjusting the gadroons or gadron on the lower part of the rectangle. It's a really nice movement. And this is from a time again when legacy makers did not cut any corners, uh, as is befitting of this kind of very special piece. The platinum watch is matched, the platinum case is matched by Deployant clasp itself made in platinum. And I think it's beautifully matched with this particular um, dark blue navy strap, which of course is great with the heat blued hands on the dial side, and of course the heat blued screws on the movement side. No, no, you didn't miss it yet. And no one has missed it because we have almost another hour. So the show is going on. The show must go on. We still have almost another hour. I just need to take a short break, but I'll be right back. Just want to leave this on the screen, and I'll be right Okay, I'm back. Grand Seiko has another addition to their elegance collection, a high beat GMT. The model is called SBGJ271. You have uh, basically an additional 24-hour indicator here at the center of the dial in a concentric circle. You have the date window at 3 o'clock, and you have kind of you have a unique design on the dial, which I guess maybe we can see a little better in this close-up shot if we can actually get it. No. Okay, maybe we need to go back to their Instagram for that. Let's see. In a way, the it kind of looks like the Geneva stripes that uh, is used as a decoration, of course, for traditionally for the bridge plates of movements by Genevan watchmakers. But in this case, you have it applied to the dial, and it's supposed to replicate, it's supposed to take after the reflections of snow covered trees on the lacquered wooden floor of a traditional Japanese house or temple. A silvery white dial. But ultimately, the pattern really looks no different than the stripes as they're applied to the bridge plates of a traditional uh, mechanical watch. But in this case, it goes along with Seiko's nature-based themes, and especially the ever so popular Snowflake watch. Of course, here you have a self-winding caliber that beats at the rate of 5 hertz, 36,000 semi-oscillations. The dimensions of the watch are every bit of modern Grand Seiko, so 39.5 millimeters of a case diameter. Hey, OG baby girl, how are you doing? Nice to see you here. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. So you have a piece here that's every bit the proportions of a modern Grand Seiko, 39.5 in case diameter. The thickness is a smidgen lower than 14, 13.9 is what the spec sheet states. Lug to lug length is right under 47 again. Pretty much the established proportions for modern Seiko by now. And you have a stainless steel matching bracelet with a threefold clasp. And you have a box-shaped sapphire crystal on the face of the watch and a sapphire crystal on the case back as well. Let's see if, yeah, this is the best picture we have on their website. And it's the caliber 9S86, high beats, 5 hertz, automatic, with an accuracy of -3 to +5 seconds per day and a 55 hours of power reserve. At 30 meters of water resistance, it should at least be splash proof. But again, it belongs to the Elegance collection. If the high beat movement somehow makes you think this is a real sports watch, it really isn't. But nevertheless, I think it's quite a beautiful piece. It does express all the elements of that modern Grand Seiko aesthetic. That's neither fish nor foal. If you look at it from the negative perspective, from the positive perspective, it's really a watch that kind of blends a lot of sporty aspects of a tool watch and a lot of the classical elegance of a dress watch, a watch that blurs the boundaries between a sports watch with a utilitarian purpose and a dress watch that is essentially preserved only for formal occasions. So SBGJ 271 could be of interest to those who have been enamored with Grand Seiko's aesthetic for a while. It does have a beautiful dial. I think that flows with the rest of the design that is largely monochromatic, without really interrupting it, without really abrupting it. OG, baby girl, United Nations, Israel will always stand. Oh, thank you. Thank you, baby girl. I appreciate you. So, OG baby girl is the last super chat now. What if the dial pattern is mocking the lines in Japanese sand garden? Mimicking or mocking? I mean, in either case, that is a nice way to put it. Yeah. Yeah, like something like this. Let me see if I can pull a picture. Absolutely. Yeah, it would have been great actually if they did a dial like this, right, Nick Butter? They actually did something like this, like a color that's a little more beige than silver. Like rather than a silvery white, it should be something like beige, or maybe a very light taupe. Without bleeding into mushroom or brown too much. That could be a very nice field watch kind of thing, right? And it could actually work well with a GMT too. That's a brilliant idea. I wonder what can be done with the case for something like that. I mean, just the dial itself, I think, can be very popular and something different. But I feel like you need to do something kind of unique in terms of accommodating something that is such a unique color, such a rare color in terms of the watches. But yeah, I like this a lot actually. I like the fact that it's largely monochromatic. I like the fact that it has very simple and beautiful aesthetics. Um, it doesn't use the bezel um, either as a rotational bezel or as a fixed bezel that has the 24-hour inscribed upon it. And I think that without crowding the dial, actually gives the watch a very subtle, unassuming design that, again, I think that is a great expression of Grand Seiko's aesthetic at large, but certainly most specifically in their elegance line. So this is the High Beat GMT SB GJ271, a new release by Grand Seiko with a retail price of 7,100 in US dollars. It's a model they call Yuki Gesho. I think Yuki is snow, like Yukio is snow, I think. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great idea. Again, I think, that could be, you should contact their design department if they haven't latched onto it already. If they haven't thought of it already, they might, they might take you up on it, and maybe they will even give you credit. Why not? Um, uh, it's escaping my mind. Well, we can, let's see. Yeah, I think I couldn't attend to these things in detail, so I will I'll go back to the list of discontinued watches with Patek Philippe from this year's catalog. And this is an article published a few days ago in Oracle Time by Michael Sonsino, to give proper credits. And it highlights at the beginning the Grandmaster chime. So these two we talked about, the two watches that have been discontinued from the Grand Complications line, Grand Complication. And these were, again, belonging to that rarefied segment. They were, in fact, very desirable and quite popular for that price range. Um, the Grandmaster Chime 6300 or 6300G was previously seen on Jay-Z's wrist, among others, and of course 5531R combines one of Patek's signature complications. You might say, in fact, the complication that opened the era for Patek, that uh, allowed the Stern family to put their mark on the brand, and that in 1938 um, really started, um, the association of Patek with complicated watches. This was, of course, something that was solidified with the introduction of Patek's first serially produced perpetual calendar in oh, one second, guys. I'm sorry. One second. Okay. Yes. Sorry, I had to take that call very quickly and respond. Um, we were talking about Patek and the World Time, and I was saying that with its introduction in 1938, it really introduced the era of complications. It really was the first complication to start associating Patek Philippe with uh, the idea of a complicated wristwatch. And certainly it was one of the early moments where the Stern family started putting its mark on the brand. Of course, that was followed quickly in 1941 with the brand's first serially produced um, perpetual calendar and perpetual calendar chronograph watches in 1526 for the perpetual calendar and 1518 for the perpetual calendar chrono. So in this watch 5531R, which was just discontinued, you have that signature complication in world time, certainly not a Patek exclusive, even when it was first introduced. As a design uh, and as something built by Louis Cotier, but something that certainly got associated with Patek more than any other brands over the years and decades. You have a minute repeater, as you can see from the slide on the left flank of the case, and that's again something that Patek is widely known for, right? Patek's chiming watches always hold and still hold a very important position of prestige. And of course, at the center dial, you have a traditional cloisonné enamel painting of a scene from a Lac Le Mans the Lake Geneva as well with a nice little sailboat. So you also have an expression of métier d'art, so like the traditional arts and crafts that go into the making and beautifying of a watch. So these two will be, I think, in a way, very much missed, but they're also at that very rarefied segment, which makes them almost impossible to get, anyways. Um, of course, the Chronomaster Chime was Patek's most complicated watch with 20 separate functions. The 5078G, the minute repeater in white gold with Breguet numbers and hands, and a small seconds on the subdial at 6 is gone. 5078G-010, which has a black enamel dial with floral pattern to distinguish it from the watch to its left. And 5178G has a cream enamel dial with cathedral gongs, apparently. So these 3-minute repeaters too are discontinued, and you can see a pattern there. So clearly they are probably working on something new, if not groundbreaking, with their minute repeaters, with their minute repeating mechanism, with their gongs and hammers. The next trio is a trio of perpetual calendar chronographs. In 5204R, you have the pink gold perpetual calendar split seconds chronograph discontinued. It aesthetically very pleasing, by the way, with that brownish gray dial as well. You had the 5271P, which is not only platinum perpetual calendar chronograph, but also has the striking black dial with baguette diamonds on the bezel and also on the lugs of the case as well. Of course, that single brilliant diamond at 6 o'clock between the lugs is not missing either. That piece is discontinued. And the 5316P, which is kind of an everything but the kitchen sink watch. I'm not saying this lightly, by the way. It's really a great watch in the way that it is a perpetual calendar with a retrograde date, as you can see. This is the leap year indicator, day of the week, month, of course, the moon phase. So you have all the functions of the perpetual calendar with a retrograde date, running seconds, and then you have the minute repeater, and finally you also have the tourbillon, which once again is very subtly inscribed on the dial and only to be seen on the business side of things. That was the 5316P. Two more watches that were discontinued from Patek's everyday complications, usable complications. 5905R, which is their annual calendar chronograph, annual calendar self-winding chronograph. In pink gold with brown starburst dial, and the 7150 slash 250R dash 001, which is a hand wound chronograph set with 99 brilliant cut diamonds. And it has a pulsometer that is graduated for 30 pulsations. So, engage and count up to 30 pulsations. And once you hit 30, of course, you stop. The chronograph seconds hand will stop at roughly your heart rate, I should say. The two pilot wash travel time Calatravas were discontinued. 7234G, blue dial with the white gold case, and 7234R. Again, pink gold case with the brown dial. These weren't really trending so well on the secondary market either lately. I wonder how the discontinuation will affect these two pieces. I mean, the white gold used to be really popular at a certain point, but of late, the prices have dipped significantly on that one. These two women's Calatravas were discontinued. 4978 slash 400G-001, the one on the left, which is kind of a snailed diamond pavé dial with lines that continue all the way to the bezel as well. Of course, the lugs, one of the most impressive gem set watches according to Oracle Time on Patek's catalog, with a total of 770 diamonds, and 7200/200R. That is a beautiful Breguet numeral, ultra thin dress watch for women in pink gold with a double row of diamond bezel. Again, very elegant, and a micro rotor piece as well. That's discontinued too. The two women's Nautiluses have been discontinued. 710R with the quartz movement. I think they have used the wrong visuals. I think they're both quartz movement for sure, but it's also I think one of them with the full bracelet. I think that's discontinued as well. And the Aquanaut Luce, of course, which is the pink gold in this case with the white dial and a matching white rubber strap with a diamond bezel. This was the 5268 200R-001. The 24 has been discontinued, apparently. Specifically, the rose gold one with the diamond bezel and the brown dial. So just to clarify again, this is not the entire line that's been discontinued, just the reference 4910/1201R-001. Of course, with coming on the matching bracelet, the 24 looks very much like Cartier's bracelet version of the Tank, which is Tank Française, which they have just reintroduced. So they're kind of competitors with each other. I'm not saying that Tank Française can't necessarily be worn by men, but it is certainly a watch that's much more preferred by women. But in this case, the 24, I've never seen a man wear a 24, to be honest, whether it has diamonds or not. In this case, this piece is discontinued. I think it's not too hard to make sense of a lot of these quote-unquote women's watches being discontinued, especially seeing that some of them have always had quartz movements as well. Look, I mean, one of the things that I keep saying about Patek on this channel is their consistent effort to blur the line between dress watches and sports watches, right? They are increasingly producing watches that can neither be categorized as a purely sports watch or a dress watch. They're constantly making more stainless steel watches that are not Nautilus or Aquanaut, right? It was really a rare occasion when they made a stainless steel Patek Calatrava in the past years, right? Nowadays, especially since the reintroduction of the Geneva boutique, they have made a particular stainless steel sector dial Calatrava for that, but that's another discussion. Currently, they have the 5212A, which is that weekly calendar Calatrava in stainless steel. So increasingly, they're making watches that are neither the traditional dress watch nor the old, the classic models of the Patek sports watch. They're increasingly making more watches in stainless steel, and they're also recognizing that a lot of women today would rather wear a watch like that than necessarily a feminized version of a given model that is also reduced in size and that is also a jam set. It's not to say that jam set watches don't find their place in this genre. Over the years, especially at very highly desired segments, think Rainbow Daytona, there have been many interesting wristwatches that have ridiculous amounts of gem setting. But by and large, the kind of gem setting pieces, the jewelry pieces that we have seen as part of this list of cancellations is, I think, in a way, a kind of genre that Patek is moving away from. Like, I mean, this kind of stuff. Whereas I feel, something like this will probably be eventually replaced by something in their lineup. I might be wrong. Same thing with the 5271P. But in either case, I think those women's watches, especially the ones that are so intricately gem set and that are significantly reduced in size or that run on quartz movements, that it doesn't surprise me that Patek wanted to discontinue them. When it comes to the discontinuation of 4 different minute repeaters, and of course, essentially the Grandmaster Chime is a minute repeater too, among many other things. I think they are working on something, right? Because it's not a coincidence that 5 different chiming watches, these 1, 2, 3, 4 minute repeaters, and this Grande et Petite Sonnerie is getting discontinued. I don't think it's a coincidence. They must be working on improving their chiming watches, maybe innovating on something, maybe introducing something new. But I think, that is my guess, right? I don't think it's a coincidence that 5 chiming watches at once have been discontinued. 6, in fact, right? Because this is the perpetual calendar tourbillon minute repeater. That was the 5316P. Pardon me. And I think finally, what I wanted to say is, the way these watches trend, the way the Pilot Calatrava travel time watches trend lately on the secondary market has been quite soft. If that is any sign of how these watches are neglected by the customer at retail as well, I think that's only wise. And Oracle Time here very wisely refers to 5326 as a kind of replacement for the Pilot's Pilot Calatrava with this asphalt dial that I'm really not a big fan of. But there we go. This is the 5326G with the micro rotor movement, the Claude Paris case band, and a combination of, again, what is signature Patek Philippe complication, the annual calendar, which they introduced for the first time in 1996, and the travel time, which was also innovated for them by Louis Cotier, the same person who have provided them the world time as well. And it's a tradition that's carried into our day still. And again, this is a watch that, the likes of which Patek has never produced. For better or worse, take it any way you like. But I guess you can tell from my lukewarm commentary at this stage, it's not only because we're coming to the end of the broadcast, but also because this is not a watch that I particularly like. The time only version I didn't like either. The 5226G. The annual calendar version is a little better in 5326, but it's still, again, it's one of those designs that I find entirely out of place in Patek Philippe's catalog, and even more so than that Calatrava pilot travel time, which was also not very Patek to begin with. I'm sure someone will come out of the woodwork and tell me, but they had produced that one pilot's watch in the 30s. I don't care. It's not their genre. It's not my favorite at all. But I kind of understand what they're trying to do, even though I think they are miserably failing at it from an aesthetic standpoint. At this point, they can brand just about anything Patek Philippe, and they will still sell out. So that's not actually so encouraging when it comes to the standpoint of innovation, risk taking. It's not really encouraging when it comes to that. So the last 10 minutes, as you know, the first super chat and the last super chat are entered into the raffle for February for the lime green dial Seiko 5 Rowing Blazers wristwatch. So Dumport already entered, and unless someone chips in the last 5 minutes, OG Baby Girl will get the last number, and I'm going to close in about 6 minutes. But if you have any further watch questions or any other requests or demands, feel free to send them in with a super chat. And otherwise, I will get ready to close and get some rest at the end of the day. This has been a long day for me, so I do apologize if that was in any way reflected in my broadcast on this live stream. I want to thank you again for your incredible support yesterday. I want to thank you again for your support throughout the year, because again, this is a channel that I started producing watch related content in, only a year ago, right? That Friday broadcast, the broadcast yesterday, was supposed to be my anniversary stream. So it's yeah, I can only express my gratitude for the support that you have shown me, all the ways in which you have contributed to this channel. People like El Professor, Aussie Expat, and so many others who have more or less regularly participated in the panel discussions. Eric Wind, who has come into the channel for 3 interviews, his collaborator at Wind Vintage, Charlie Dunn, who has graced us with his knowledge on vintage Jaeger-LeCoultre, and specifically on the Jaeger-LeCoultre Memovox. Bill Sanders from Watch Art Sci channel, with whom I had an interview about their project in Lyrique, and specifically their Etude number 1 wristwatch, which they have just released, and I think they have started delivering the watches now. That should be interesting. I hope to see one in person soon. Of course, they're all spoken for. They're all already sold. So I'll clearly not be buying them, but they do have 2 more projects in the pipeline. So I'm sure that's one brand to look out for. And as you know, I appreciate it for a number of reasons. Most importantly, because of the fact that it is community-driven effort. It is something that emerged in a Facebook group called Pure Horology, and that was coordinated in some collaboration of others by Bill Sanders, and it was realized by them from scratch, going out and communicating with the best source for every aspect of the watch, whether we are talking about the Ageno caliber, or the case that was made by Voutilainen and Catin, the hands that were supplied by Fiedler, and of course the design that was itself accomplished by a professional watch designer, Mathieu Gray. I also like the fact that when they are the fact that they have realized something like this through a community effort, and that they have produced such a high quality watch, really as at that price point, I think has been really amazing to me. Yeah, the dial is made by Metallem, one of the most important dial makers in Switzerland. The case by Voutilainen and Catin, designed by Mathieu Allegre or Allegre. It's really a stunning piece. Great design, great movement, and a very, very unique piece indeed. Okay, so finally, it is the OG baby girl who is entering the raffle. She's getting number 33. She already had number 6 before, so this is her second number. Let me also show you before I sign off the particular situation. Please hit the like button on the way out before you sign off if you haven't done so already. But this is the entries for part 2. All the list of participants and the numbers they have. As you know, for the month of February, every first and last super chat of a given broadcast is entered into the raffle with a unique number. You can, of course, increase your chances by getting more numbers. And for yesterday's fundraising effort, I also made sure that there is an extra incentive. So everyone who has super chatted has been entered into the raffle. And specifically, everyone who has super chatted more than once has gotten numbers for every single super chat. So you have this particular list of participants whose names are thrown into the hat, basically, for the first, for the drawing that will be conducted live, and the number will be chosen by the Google random number generator. So I look forward to that as well. For today, this is it. It's been wonderful 4 hours to spend with you talking watches. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for indulging me. I can't wait to see you again tomorrow night. But until then, I must go and refresh and start again. Until then, I bid you adieu. Take care.